Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
How
sir.
are you doing this morning? All of you all right? Can you talk to me now? All right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thanks for answering. All right. I think I sent you an email, Avo.
When, sir, today?
Early this morning. I was doing some stuff, so just look at it. Was it an email or look at the override? Because you know who else I need to talk to. All right. All right. So for those of you who know me well, and maybe most of you are first-year students, I guess I will be interacting with you a little more with your Saturday classes. One of the things that you know about me is that I do go to the market so that I can have food to eat in the week. So I'm actually here now speaking to you from the market. I should get home in another few. So what I'm going to ask you to do for me, have you all completed those assessments, the first 3 assessments on Erico? Please say yes.
Yes, sir.
Nice. Anybody who don't finish those yet? Be honest, because I can log on now and just check.
Yes, sir. I did one.
You did one. All right. Do me a favor. Those of you who have not completed all 3, I'm going to ask you to take some time now to catch up on where we are going, because as soon as I get home, I'm going to be moving on, and you need to have that information. So let me go again. Those of you who have not completed all the assessments up to today, I'm going to bide some time and ask you to finish off for me in the meantime. Those of you who have finished, I'm going to ask you to move on by reading those tutorials. So when I'm going through, it will be a bit easier for you. Is that okay?
Okay, sir.
All right. But I am here. I'm just going to be driving now. I'm here. If you have any questions, you can. I'm going to mute, but if you have any questions, I'll be hearing you, so you can talk to me. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Thanks. By the way, all of you now have access, have gotten your overrides, and I was up this morning doing overrides. Brianna, I think I sent you a message also, Brianna. And Larcy, you're supposed to be all right now. And I told I've already. Those are the ones that I saw.
Yes, sir. Could you check for Subrian, sir?
All right. Do me a favor. It's gonna come back to when I get home.
Yes,
just
sir.
give me an ID number. Hopefully I can get onto the system. Give me the ID number and I'll check for you.
Okay,
all right,
sir. Yes, sir.
Cool.
Sir.
Yes, Jerome.
I had sent you a message last year before I had to rush out the class. How many of the tutorials were we to watch?
No, as many as to cover the first 3 units. I think it's unit 4, graph 1, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or graph 2. I'm not looking at it.
There was 7, 8, and 9.
7, 8, and 9. Thank you, please. 7, 8, and 9. Thank you, hon.
7, 8, and 9.
Yeah. So if you don't reach there yet, you can just use the time to catch up, because I'm going to be moving on. I'm actually going to be building. What I suspect that I'll be doing with you when I get back is we did the basic graph, or I'm gonna go into the transformation of those graphs now, doing things like completing the squares, and we're going to be transforming the graphs. So we're going to be sketching some graphs. So we're going to be looking at the quadratic ax squared plus bx plus c. We're going to write those expressions in the form a open bracket x plus h all squared plus k. So I'm going to give you some calculations, and then we are going to be sketching some of those graphs. So the first part that I did last week is very important for today's class. If you don't understand the first part of last week, you will have a challenge today, and I don't want that to happen. Fair enough?
Because I knew about the tutorials when we see it in the groups. So what I started doing was watching the first set of videos. I only got to watch about 3 of them by normal and
Yeah,
some.
but Jerome, you see we talk about it in a group. Jump in and ask the question them time, then I'm on papa. Are you a group, you know? So you can jump in and ask any question anytime. All right? Are you a group?
That's true.
Yeah, man. All right, then no problem. Just do the best you can, and then we'll take it from there. All right, that's soon come. Oh my Lord.
Sir. Sir?
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Go ahead, please. I'm hearing you.
What are we supposed to be watching, sir? Which unit?
It's all right. It's 7, 8, and 9 that we did last week.
Yes, sir.
Right, and I want you to go through those.
Oh, go back. Okay.
Right, and have you completed all the assessments?
Yes, sir. 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, so if you complete all the assessments of those, move on to 10, 11, 12.
Okay.
All right, so just move on to that for me, please. All right, cool, no problem. Marvel, you understand where to find the other one?
I'm at 10, sir. Looking at
All
the
right.
video.
Oh, you're at 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you know how to find it. I was going to tell you to go to course tools, go to your tutorials, and then look for that, but you found it. All right, thank you.
Okay, all right.
And yeah, no problem. And the rest of you, I'm expecting you to be working, please. I'm expecting you to be working. Those of you who don't finish, please see if you can hurry up and finish. I'll be getting home in another 20 minutes here, about. So I'm giving you 20 minutes to finish off what it is that you're doing. Thanks. All right, so I just sneak a look at the chat. And someone is saying that it's their first class and they're a little lost. If it's your first class, chances are you don't have access to Editors so you are going to be lost. If that person knows someone in class, maybe you could just start talk with that person, call the person on WhatsApp to get some information until I get home to get you registered. Yes, Bree, you and I will talk about it after. All right, so just remember to talk to me about that. Let's see if I can respond to another one.
Good morning, sir.
Good
I'd like
morning.
to apologize for Afega Paulson. She
Yeah.
have a family emergency, so she have a funeral, not emergency. It's her funeral today.
She was here last week?
Yes.
Okay, so she has access to the platform. All right, no problem. Thanks for the information here.
Okay, no problem.
Tell her to be strong. Cool.
All right.
Are you guys okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, Kerry Ann. As soon as I get back in and start to talk, you just tell me. So Kerry and Latoya and Bree, you need to talk to me when I get in. All right? Sorry, as it goes. If any of you else have anything to say to me, you can message me. When I stop at the stoplights, I'll read it. All right, continue working. All right. Let's see now. This is
Sir,
Ava, what is happening to you?
sir, I'm on. I think my Google thing was giving problems. So I had to find a different
Okay.
search engine.
Okay. Because I know you're there, so I just saw the message a while ago, and I'm saying, why would that be? All right. Okay.
But sir, so I did my, sir, you hearing me?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Oh, sorry. So I did my thing, right? I did it last in the week. I didn't realize that I did it.
Mhm.
So, sir, I have a problem. I don't know when to use the what I've done. I have noticed the
Hold
pattern.
on 1 minute, please, Ava. Don't say nothing more. Don't say nothing more yet. Ava? All right, hold on.
Yes, sir. So
I'm
what
coming,
I
I'm
did,
coming.
I used
No,
the
hold on,
pattern.
dears. I using my phone and a call
Oh,
was coming in a while ago. I didn't answer it. Let me just get back the volume up.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, so I use the pattern to kind of help me, but I don't think I understand the, what you call it now? So that word,
The concept?
yes, I don't know when to use the parabola in the graph or the curve, what we talk about it, sir. But based on the equation or the, what's the other word without the equal sign? The expression. So I
Good
can't.
girl. Nice.
Yes,
Expression,
yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes, sir. I can't. I had a good FCM 1 and 2 teacher.
Mhm.
I can't identify, or I don't understand how to identify what to use when. And what I realized, some of them you have to move horizontally or move vertically, so on, whatever. So, sir, I don't know how to. I don't grasp that concept. So
All right.
I check on what we're going to move on to, but I really don't think I can grasp that one yet, sir, because I don't understand how to use how to
All right.
graph it based on the expression or equation.
All right. So, and this is what I want. I want students to read ahead of me because I know exactly what you're talking about. Some of the things, there's a little misconception somewhere that I'm going to correct right now. But for the most part, what it is that you said was on point. So it's not the equation or the expression that you are graphing. It is a function. So whether or not it's an expression or an equation, that is not critical when you're graphing it. What is important is the coefficient of x squared. The coefficient of x squared, if it is positive or negative. So that's where and if you're plotting a linear graph versus a quadratic graph versus a cubic graph, versus a radical graph versus a straight line graph. So this is why I went through what I went through last week in terms of the basic shapes. So if I say to you, how do you graph 2x plus 1? You should know that 2x plus 1 is going to be a straight line graph. Sir, how do you know that? You should know that because the highest power in the graph, in the function itself, is raised to 1. So the highest power in the function is raised to 1. So it is going to be a straight line graph. If I give you something now to be x squared plus 2x plus 6, the mere fact that it's an x squared graph and it's a positive x squared, it is going to be a parabola turning upwards. A parabola turning upwards. If I give you negative x squared, it's going to be a parabola turning downwards because it's negative. So once it's squared, it's either going to look like a u or an n. U because it is positive and n because it's negative. And I keep saying to my students, right across the board, pre-calculus, business calculus, calculus 1, calculus 2, that when you have a graph, a parabolic graph, that shapes like an N, it is negative. How do you spell negative? N-E-G. So negative begins with N, and the graph also begins. That would, the name of the graph would also be with an N. So when the graph turns downwards, it's a negative graph. When the graph turns upwards, in a parabola, that is, it's a positive graph. And of course, you know my sextograph. My sextograph is a graph that moves from one side up top and then flash right here and then come back down and, you know, make a little one spin and turn and pause and come back down the other side, right? So that's what it is. So they won't, for this level, they won't give you anything greater than a cubic graph. So you'll get the graph, you'll get something where the power is 1, power is 2, power is 3. And you should know what is happening there. They can also give you something the power is a fraction, which is where the radical graph comes in play, right? So, and of course you get your function with the 1 over x. So those are the basic graphs that you need to know. I'm actually speaking to you and trying to bring up my system. But yeah, so whether or not it's an expression or an equation, that don't determine what the graph is. The function itself tells you what is important. If it's an expression, the question can go, the graph will remain the same. If it's an expression, you'll have to stop the question at a particular point. If it's an equation, you can extend the question a little further because you have some other things that you can ask. All right. So as soon as my system that just came up, let me disconnect. Were you hearing me all along, students?
No, sir.
Oh,
No,
that means-
sir.
Oh, that means I cuss myself? Am I self cuss? Oh no, man.
Yes, sir.
I have to hear the cuss rate, man. No. Want to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I have to hear the cuss rate. So I thought you were hearing me. No, I have to hear it. So I will go back again. I cannot believe that I had a challenge and I said to you guys, go ahead and complete your assessments. And there are only 7 students who did the stuff. Now, based on what you saw me doing, I gave those students an opportunity to get 100% on the pieces that they didn't get. You see the rest of you? What I am doing now, I'm closing out those assessments at 5 o'clock today. And those of you who don't get an opportunity to do that 5 o'clock will get a 0. I cannot believe that I gave you a week to complete those assessments.
Excuse me, sir.
Uh-huh.
Sir, I wasn't here last week, so I just began. I've completed 7 already. I'm at 8.
Are you Lamont?
I'm saying that I wasn't here last week, so I didn't know of it. But when you said it to do it today, I started 7. I'm at 8 now.
You heard what I asked you? I'm
Pardon me?
asking if you're a Lamont. What's your name?
Subrian.
Oh, Subrian. All right. So what it is that you did, Subrian, were the practice pieces. What you did were the practice pieces. I want you to do the actual test. So the practice pieces are good, but I want you to do the actual test.
The
so
quizzes, sir, that's the one?
Yeah, what is that? That's not explain what it is because I'm not, that's not explain to you, right? So I cannot believe that I gave you guys an opportunity to do some stuff and you guys don't do the thing. I mean, it is really not a good look. When I say not a good look, it is first impression last. It is not a good look. And as I said to myself, and I'm going to say to you now, if you plan to come here to waste time, drop the course. Drop the course. This is a Saturday morning. I am giving up quality time to you guys. When you come to my class, you don't get one play, thinky teaching. Quality time. Quality time. This is your Saturday, and I suspect that your Saturday is also valuable. So I am closing out these assessments, which is what you see I'm doing on the screen now. If you're seeing my screen, I'm closing out these assessments at 5 o'clock today, this afternoon. I'm closing out the first 3 assessments that you were supposed to be doing at 5 o'clock this afternoon. And those of you who don't do it, today's the 25th, those of you who don't do it, will just get a 0. I'm very sorry, right? You just get a 0.
Sir, I can redo mine.
I reopened those who did the stuff. Those who did them and didn't get 100% because you made an attempt. I gave you an opportunity to redo them. So if you look at the screen, are you still seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you look at my screen, you will see homework number 7. It closes out today, the 25th at 6 p.m. Now, 6 p.m. is 6 p.m. in America. 6 p.m. is 5 p.m. in Jamaica because they're an hour ahead of us. So at 5 o'clock today, the homework part 3, number 7, number 8, and number 9 will close out. And this is what I'm going to be doing with the class. So you see the rest of them open up until August 31st. Every week I'm going to close out those. Since you guys are ready to play, game on. You guys are ready to play? Game on.
Sir, we're not playing, sir.
No,
Sir,
and I'm going to say to you, let me just stop share because I don't want to show people your grades. So let me just stop share and just I thought I was talking to myself. I was muted, so I was talking to myself. Let me just big up those who made an attempt. And the ones who don't hear the names outside of the ones who are just joining today should feel bad if you don't hear your name. So Subrain, who just said that she wasn't here, did some pieces. I'm seeing those. Janelle Cameron, Marvia Campbell Walker, I think it is. Yes, Marvia Campbell Walker, that's 3. Tristan Campbell, 4. Ashantia Clark, 5. And Ashantia has done quite a number. I'm going to buy a bag of tickets, Ashantia, 6. Abigail Green, 7. Brianna Lamoth, 8. Shaquille McCleary, 9. Tamara Morgan, 10. And Larsa Ponal, 11. Only 11 students made an attempt. The rest of you didn't. The rest of you didn't. I am disappointed. So what I was saying when I was talking to myself is, on the 23rd, I sent a message in a WhatsApp group. How are things going? Are you guys completing your assessments? I'm just checking in on you. 4 persons responded, but everybody in the class would have read that message. I just checked. And then I sent another message, nice. Everybody except 2 persons would have read that message. Keep up the good work. And then I come to class and I say that the work is not done. That's not good. That's dishonest. That's dishonest. Very dishonest. So what I have done is to close out the those, oopsie daisy. Let me just, come on. Sorry about that. We don't want to show anybody's grades. Let me I just close out those assessments, as you would have seen just now, for today at 5 o'clock. And depending on how I feel, I may close the other 3 that you're supposed to be doing today at 5 o'clock too. And I can't do that, man, students. And I can't do that, man, because I'm sure if I don't turn up for class or I don't do that, you're going to complain. So why shouldn't I not complain you don't do your work? It's not good. So for those of you who are listening, oh, you know what I was saying, Kerry? I was asking for those persons who needed to get access to Educasoft, but guess what? I don't think you guys were hearing me because I was muted having a conversation on my own. Thank you, Larcia. So do me a favor. Those of you who are without access to the platform, please give me your your stuff. Hold on there. All right, who is next? Who needs access to the platform, please? Going once, going twice. Who is there that is not on Educasoft? Can you unmute and talk to me now, please? All right, so I'm moving on. All right, so all right, so we would have done part 1. Let me see if we did part 1. Yes, so we looked at part 1. Are you still seeing my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So so basic functions, including nonlinear functions. Okay. So we did that. That's what we did last class, where we were able to do the graphs of those functions that are. Let me just go through another example with you. For those of you who are just joining, I will mainly use the platform for the teaching purposes because I have a lot of graphs and it is much easier for me to do the use the graphs for the stuff on the system as opposed to be struggling to plot a graph on the screen. All right, so it says, and I'm just doing this as a review. It says complete the table and draw the graph of the function. Now, the function, is this a linear function? Is it a quadratic function? Is it a cubic function?
I'm seeing a black screen.
Yes, you should, because I need to do a new share. Thank you. Are you seeing it now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank you,
sir.
hon. Thank you, please. Appreciate it. So my f of x, what function is my f of x? Is it a linear function? Is it a quadratic function? Is it a cubic function? What is it?
Linear, sir.
Why is it linear?
So because of the value,
Which value?
the x value, sir.
What about it? What I just said to you a while ago when you asked the question.
That's what I'm trying to remember.
Yeah,
But I know it has something to do with the value of it.
it sure does. So it is linear, very good. But there's something about the x value that will tell you that it's linear. What is it? So remember when the
Sure.
variable, go ahead, Shaquille.
I was just thinking, is it because there's no square in this one?
What is there?
It's just x by itself minus whole
And
number.
x by itself is raised to what number, Shaquille?
1, sir.
Thank you very much. Very good, son. So when listen, when it is raised to the first power, you may not see it. Sir, but you're not seeing it being raised to 1. When it is not raised, when you're not seeing a power, assume that it's raised to 1. All right. So when you have x or x raised to the first power, it's always going to be a linear graph. Sir, I'm not following. Can I say it one more time for me, please? All right. Thanks for asking. So this function f of x is a linear function. Sir, how do you know that it's linear? It is linear because the highest power in the function is raised to 1. See here, x, and you're not seeing a number there, so you would assume 1. My -3 is a constant. My -3 is a constant, so I'm not concerned about that. So when the power is raised to 1, it's a linear function. When I sketch the graph of a linear function, what shape do I get?
Straight line, sir.
Every single time. Every single time. Now, there's one student in the class that didn't hear what I said a while ago, so I'm going to repeat myself. When you look at a function, and the function, the variable is raised to the highest power, which is 1. Not the first one or the second one, because the x squared term could be the last term in the function. But when you look at the function, when you look throughout the function, you're seeing the variable or variables, and it is raised to the first power, it makes it a linear function. So in f of x, I have x. So we're not seeing a power there, assume 1. When you're not seeing a power, assume
1.
1, sir.
Very good. If you see a different power, please do not assume anything else. If a different power is given, fine. But if you're not seeing a power, assume 1. And then the -3 is a constant. So you're going to just leave that as it is. So I know that this function, I'm identifying the function as linear. Now, let me tell you. When you move on to business calculus, and for those of you, when you move on to calculus 1, if I ever catch you on teaching them 2 courses there, I'm going to come back to this. When you do things like applications of differentiation and you're doing stationary points, multivariable and single variable functions, this is very important. Concept is very important. And all of you will end up doing that because Foundation 3 are for those students who will be doing higher math courses. So for this course, I shouldn't have any of the other students doing it. The library and those students. All right? So at some point in time, whether or not I'm teaching the business calculus or calculus 1, at some point in time, it's going to come back to haunt you. So make sure that you catch it from now. It's a linear function because the highest power in the function is raised to 1. The highest power in the function is raised to 1. The shape, when I sketch a linear function, I'm always, every single time, barring none, will get a straight line. There's one other thing that I need to tell you, and this is what Ava was saying that she don't know. What is the coefficient of x? Okay, the big word, sir. Help me out. You should have learned about coefficient from FCM1 and FCM2, but let me help you out. Coefficient means in front of. So when I ask you for the coefficient of x, I'm asking you for the number in front of x. Very good. What kind of one though?
Positive.
Thank you, please. So the coefficient of x is positive 1. Now, because it is a positive number, it means that this straight line graph is an increasing graph. So what do you mean by increasing? It will go start from the bottom left and go to the top right. So watch me. Let me spotlight. Watch me. So because it's a positive graph, increasing graph, so how you know it's increasing? The sign in front of the 1 here is positive. Positive. So if you go from this side, so it will go up on the graph. Then, sir, what if it was negative? Then it will go so, decreasing. So when the graph goes this way, the graph decreases. When the graph goes this way, the graph decreases. When the graph goes the other way, the graph increases. When it goes from top to bottom, it's a decreasing graph. When it goes from bottom to top, it's an increasing graph. Hold the line for me, please. All right. So one more time, from bottom to top, it's positive. Hold on, let me just stop share to get rid of that ugly looking thing. From bottom to top, it's positive. From top to bottom, it's negative. Now, hear me out. And it's an online class. And what Sir Sandy is doing is teaching you how to learn online. We don't know what is happening. Some of us saying that COVID is at the tail end, and that we're going back face to face from September morning. When man a plan, got a wife, we don't know what will happen. We don't know. We have no clue. I can't tell you so we're going back online, or we're going to go face to face. I don't know. The institution has not made a decision. What's the point, sir? I'm hearing a notion from some students that, sir, we can't learn from online here. Guess what? Try. It is what we have now. It is what we've been having for the last 3 years. Don't put your life on hold because of COVID. Time is going to pass. You're going to say, Jesus. So what I want you to do is to make sure when I'm teaching that you have your notebook in front of you. So for example, I say, when you move from the bottom to the top in a straight line graph is increasing, you should have write that down already. When you move from top to bottom is decreasing, you should have that. You also should have had when the coefficient of x is positive, as in this case, you will have an increasing graph. If the coefficient of x is negative, then you'll have a decreasing graph. When we plot this graph, the graph is supposed to start somewhere in this quadrant and go through that quadrant here. You don't have to pass through 0, 0. No, you don't have to pass through 0, 0. You can come so and go so, but the mere fact that the graph is going that way there, the graph now go down that way here. All right? So that is it for the graph. Now, in order for me to evaluate what f of x is just a naming of the graph. Just like when we name Shant? Yeah. So when I'm speaking, you have to say, you, sir. You can say Mr. Shant. All right? So we all have names. Even our mathematics have names. So the name of that function is f of x. You won't focus on f of x too greatly. It's just the name of the function. Watch me why. You see, I could just write f of x right here, so instead of writing x minus 3 right here, so I could just write the name. So f of x is telling me that it is a function in the variable x. So anything you see right in the parentheses, that's a variable inside the function. So I couldn't give you something to say f of y is equals to x minus 3. Because I'm telling you that I'm naming a function and my function is going to be in the variable y, but I'm not seeing any y right here, so something with that wrong. Something with that wrong. So you can't buy chicken from you at your supermarket and you sell me frog. Or turkey. Or bird. All right, so you have to know. So let's go. So this is what it is saying. I'm looking at the function. Anywhere in the function, f of x, which is x minus 3, I see x, I'm going to put negative 2. I'm going to put negative 2. So negative 2 minus 3 equals what?
-5, sir.
Okay, good job. Negative 5. Negative 1 minus 3 equals?
-4.
Very good. Very good job. And what is 0 minus 3?
-3.
Good job. And what is 1 minus 3?
-3.
Good job. Excellent. Very nice. Very nicely done. Now what is 2 minus 3?
-1.
-1.
Excellent. All right. What I like with what is happening now. And incidentally, I'm on a way and learn this about me. I can be very nice. I get upset when you don't do my work. And I will cuss you out this minute. And the next minute, I will tell you no congratulations. I'm going to do something I'm proud about. Learn that about, sir. There's no love lost. But when you're not wrong, that's what telling us you're wrong. I'm cussing you out. And when you do well, I'm going to congratulate you. My aim is to get the best out of you. And when you're lazy upon me, I'm going to tell you you're lazy. All right? But that's very good. Let me tell you what that showed me a while ago.
Sir,
Yes, Papa.
could you go back over that again, sir, please?
Okay, let me ask you, what difficulty are you having?
All right. So me really try to I understand when you say the name of the function is just f of x. Up top there we have f of x equals x minus 3, right?
Yeah.
When you were writing it down here, so you kind of lost me. I heard you said anything something about anything x is equal to. So you lost me right there, sir.
No problem. Thanks for listening and thanks for asking. Now, as we go along, you will to learn more. You guys are, for the most part, our first year students. I know I'm seeing 1 or 2 second year students here, maybe third year students too. But this is the way you go about it, Jerome. Thank you, sir, for asking the question. Now, for those of you who are not understanding, just like what Jerome says, sir, just 1 minute, please, sir. I understand they talk about the naming, but kind of lost right there, sir. That's the way we learn. And I want you to stop me if you're not seeing some things I can ask. I'm not impressed when I ask, are you understanding? Yes, sir. And I no say. I don't understand nothing about one. No, that's not learning. So very good, Jerome. Very good, even though you're not understanding. But guess what? Watch me now, Papa, and the rest of you. So what I'm saying to you, yes, Jerome, I am naming the function. The function is called f of x. Now in f of x is going to be defined as x minus 3. All right? F of x is going to be defined as x minus 3. Now, let's see if I can find an example in class here. No, I can't find an example. But, you know, sometimes I go to a class, I may have a Marva Campbell, and then I may have Juliet Campbell in the class. You have two Campbells in the class, but they are two different people. Talk through it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So what is happening here is I can have my f of x and I can give you another function f of x, but it is defined differently. So I can give you another f of x function, but that one is going to be x squared minus 3x plus 5. It's the same f of x, but it has a different it has a different definition. So look at
Sir, if you're talking, we're not hearing.
thank you, dearest. So so what is happening is when I look in the function, so look at what is happening. So it says when x is -2, it means that I'm evaluating f of -2. So I'm evaluating the function at the point where it is -2. I'm evaluating the function at the point where it is -2. All right. So f of x is equal to x minus 3. I'm going to be evaluating the function at several different points. All right. So all right, I'm just trying to find an example. Anybody in the class know about the big back TV? The TV that we're make with the big back?
Yes, sir.
You read about it in the book, Tammy?
No, sir.
No, sir, me a old girl.
Yeah, but we still nobody.
Shakil, when you hear big people having conversation, Shakil, you stay up because you're born with flat screen TV, all right?
Yeah. No, sir. I had two. Not a old.
Tammy.
I'm still an older.
Tammy,
Yes, sir.
if you when next we're having this conversation, I'm gonna mute Shakil here because I don't know him don't know where to talk about because him don't know say when you turn on the TV, when you use the knob and turn it and not where the Tammy?
Beat the side.
You beat the back, man. You beat it to a frazzle until it come on. Shakil, you know about that? See?
Yes, sir. Sir, I tell you, I know the word difference.
All right, then you have one. All right, so Shakil, you can be a part of the conversation. Yeah, man. So you have them big back TV and you turn the knob on the JBC now. Come on. All right, come on, fry it. You beat that 2 times and then after that, you don't see it just get into line and yeah. So that's why beating is good sometimes, for the television, not when men beating women and them things here, right? But when you look at your flat screen TV, when you look at your flat screen TV, you just turn it on and it's pretty like money. You can, Jamie Foxx, like you want draw on TV and him piece of spit drop out time out, you can actually see the spit move to show you how sharp these televisions can get now. Sir, a maths class, or you reach a TV. Thank you for asking. Math is life. You see the big back TV? Sometimes I have to use the imagination to finish off what the picture wants to say. Don't tell me because we can't see clearly. And most times,
I go up and use the
antenna on the roof.
Fix it.
Oh, Jesus,
and try to fix it and say, right here, we are seeing now, we are seeing.
Yeah. So somebody out a dope on the roof and them say, yeah, man, keep it right there, so. And sometimes I have to go bend up on hanger and put on something just to get little more something out there, don't? Yeah, man, I saw real talk. Because those are cathode ray oscilloscopes. So when you're talking about a line is a combination of 2 or more points. So the line in it, the cells were so far apart from each other. So if one of the cells get damaged, it means that the TV now go show good, you're gonna have one little line, one streak of line in the television. But no, the flat screen TV them, G's and P's, the cells them are touch each other because them sharp, them near to each other, right? So think of your calculator. Sometimes you see you want to use a calculator or a digital clock or something digital, and see sometimes, you know, see piece of the stroke because it means that one of the cells is damaged. So that's exactly what a line is, right? So when the points are far apart, it's not so sharp. So it's like all the what do you call it? Cameras now. When digital cameras came out, I have a 3.1 megapixel. You see me go to church, and picture to take, and my name them a call. Cause me they have a 3.1 megapixel. Me they feel good. Nobody never have them things there. And phone camera never did about them times there. The phone, in them era, there was 3310, Nokia 3310. You drop it in the sea and you pick it up and you flash it up and it worked. You understand? But now, when I had my that, then somebody went and got a 5 point something megapixel and I say, hey, watch this man. We go on road and see the camera and I say, it is similar one, that one 10.1 megapixel. So we dip on top again until them start making a 15 megapixel, and they call it now cellular phones even taking sharper image than digital cameras. I don't even know if there's any sale for digital cameras now, because people are just investing in very good cell phones, and you can take a picture and you can do your little Photoshop on your picture to lighten your complexion and darken your complexion or whatever the situation is. So a lot of people just investing in cellular phones. What's the point, sir? The point is your cellular phone and your image, you have an increased number of megapixels. Now, megapixels are the different points on the line. So if I have only these two combinations, will give me a point. So the -2 and the -5 will give me 1 point. This here gives me another point. This here gives me another point. This is one more point. This is one more point. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, I have 5 points. So this is Tommy and my one and Shaquille big back TV. You see your flat screen TV? Weigh about 100 points. So you can just plot the points alone and get your straight line. So that's what happens, and this is how the technology has worked. All right, so that's where I'm going. So that is just an explanation how mathematics, in one sense, is real life. And sometimes we watch these things and we don't even know. These are my TV show now, see, yeah, man, enough megapixel. And the more the megapixel is, the more expensive the television is going to cost you. All right, watch me now. So coming back to you, Jerome. So I'm looking at the point, I'm evaluating f of x at this particular point. At this particular point, the point is at -2. I'm investigating what f of x is going to look like, because all of my x values are called my dependent variable. And then my f of x is going to be my independent variable. So I'm substituting my independent variable, into my function to get what the dependent variable is going to be, which is my f of x. So anywhere in the function I see x, I'm going to substitute -2. So bam, see x here, I'm going to put -2. So this is going to read -2 minus 3 will give me a -5. When I'm adding and the signs are the same, I add the numbers and then put back the sign. So -3, -2, we know my answer going to be negative, so I just put back negative sign, and then we say 3 plus 2 is 5, so we get -5. Any question?
Following so far, sir.
Good job. And the same thing we're going to do for the other one. I'm investigating the function now at a new point, -1. -1 minus 3. Anytime I have the signs be the same something, I put back the sign, so you're negative, and add the number 1 plus 3, 4, -4. 0 minus 3. 0 is like the additive identity. 0 plus anything is anything. 0 plus 1 is 1. 0 plus 5 is 5. All right? So 0 minus 3 is going to be -3. Similarly, I'm investigating now when x is, we call this 1. Watch me. 1 minus 3. Uh-oh. Hold on, sir. So for the 1 and the 1 here, say, when the signs are the same, you put back the sign and you add up the two numbers. Sir, that one have a different sign. This one is +1 and -3. Ah, hear my story. Story time. when you're adding and the signs are different, you subtract the smaller number from the bigger number, and then you put back the sign of the bigger number. Sir, can you repeat for me, please? Thank you for asking. Positive 1 minus 3. When you're adding or subtracting and the signs are different, you subtract the smaller number 1 from the bigger number 3. So when you take away 1 from 3, I'm going to have 2 left. See yourself, 2. And then I'm going to put back the sign of the bigger number. The bigger number is 3. The number in front of the bigger number is negative, so it becomes a negative 2. Tell me, say that now.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Yes, sir. It would be as it is now. It would read positive 1 minus negative 3.
Positive 1 minus 3.
Oh, minus 3. Oh, so positive 1 minus 3. So the 3 is no longer negative, sir.
It is. But if you say 1 minus 3 is a different number, that you know.
Oh. Well, when I think about it, the logic of it 1 minus 3, it ought to go back to negative. So.
Because guess what? You owe me $3. I mean, see, I say, brethren. What one? Boy, sir, you know, say. Just don't put some guessing in the lecture and teach. You know, the one that I'm obviously going to say, all right, give me, we have the rest, give me. How much money I got, Omi Jerome?
We're not here, sir. Go on with the question again.
You owe me $3.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you someone wants some money. I tell me, boy, teach me on $1 figure you. How much money I got, owe me?
No, $2 mega, yeah?
All right, no funny, yeah. So, see, the negative 2 here is suggesting that you're owing.
Yes.
So 1 minus 3, I've got negative 2.
Yes.
And if you use the same argument, Jerome, me lend you $3 the other day, you know. You know, have intention to pay that money. So, boy, I teach rough, you know, but what a $2 here. 2 minus 3, how much you owe me?
No one, sir.
Teacher, so take out my one.
Sir, you know what had got me, sir, right? I was trying to figure out up top there where they give you the independent variables, right? I was wondering how you reach this, about it would seem as if once you're given something like this, they will give you the independent variable, so you won't have to worry about it. Is that so?
Good. You had breakfast this morning? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Right,
no, sir.
Good. So that means no Saturday morning must you have breakfast before you come to class, because that was very correct. So they will have to give you the independent variable. Very good, Jerome. They will have to give you the independent variable for you to work with the independent variable. Very good. And for those of you who don't understand what he's just said a while ago, they have to give the value of x. They have to tell you, say, going to be negative 2, negative 1, 0, 1, and 2. So you can work with them something here. And I will get to the other part. For now, just hold on from that. Because sometimes they will give you something called a domain that you should have done in foundation concept 2. X is greater than or equals to negative 2, but less than or equals to 2. So you need to know how to write that domain now in order to spell it out like this. But we're going to get there. Very good. All right. Now, let us talk about the plotting of these graphs now. We have x to be negative 2 and f of x. Incidentally, f of x is y. Because we can look at the graph right here and say, sir, but this is not f of x, this is y. F of x is y. All right? So what is going to happen is that you're going to look at the graph and you're going to first look for your x value. X is written first. When you look at your coordinates, you're going to have negative 2, negative 5. So you're looking for negative 2. That's -1. That's -2 to -5. -2, that's -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. So you see, you have -2, -5. I'm going to put a point, I'm going to click it to get my point right there. See, I get my point at -2, 5. And that's where you plot a graph. Now you get marks of plotting the graph. So you have to know how to plot a graph. Any questions so far? No, but I'll wait until I finish and say, sir, I don't understand, not way though. Any questions so far?
No, sir, you're so manageable.
I
said it's manageable. Can
Nice.
box this up.
-1, comma, -4. Bam, 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 bam. Right, Jessica?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
0, -3. Right, Jessica? Bam. Uh-oh. Then, sir, I never got the chance to plot 1, -2. I could check it. 1, -2. Is it already plotted on the line?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Yes, sir.
2, -1. Is it already plotted on the line?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, it is. Good. So there are several things that I need to talk about. Remember, I said to you that all linear graphs are straight line graphs. This is linear, and you get one straight line graph. And I also said to you when I was talking about the big back TV that, you know, a line is the connection of any 2 or more points. They connected only 3 points and leave out the rest of the points there. All right, leave out the rest of the points. But guess what? There are other points that are on the graph. Because I can find 3, 0 from here, so I can find 4, 1, 5, 2, 6, 3, 7, 4, 8, 5. All those points fall on this line. So the equation of this line is x minus 3. Y is equal to x minus 3. All right, so this is the line. So this is the straight line. It says complete the table and draw the graph of the function. Bam, theta, hit this. I'm going to click done. Bam, it tells me that I'm correct. I'm going to look at a new version. I don't want that. All right. Okay, let us do this one quickly and then I'll move into another one. These are all linear graphs. That's why I said I didn't want that. But let's just look at one more linear graph.
All right, so sir,
Mm-hmm.
before you start, if my memory serves me well, let's say when you see x and you see nothing, you say you consider x to be 1.
No. 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 Press pause. All of you. We're going to confession now, right? Every one of us, we're going to confession. We have to confess our sins daily. This was the first sin that we need to confess. And Jerome, don't feel no way, because all of us have sinned. All right? Don't feel no way. But we need to go into confession. X is not equals to 1. Ever so often, I hear students saying, sir, but I'm telling you X is 1. It's a lie. It's a plan of the enemy to make you fail. It's a lie. X is a variable. What is a parent word for variable? What word variable is derived from?
Variant.
What's a basic word?
Vary.
Very, very good. When something varies, what it means, what it does?
Gives you more than one option.
So it differs.
It differs. It gives you more than one option. Yeah. And that happens, you know. When something varies, it gives you more than one option, it differs, another same something, it change. Yeah, man, it's not static. Yeah, man. X is a variable. And if it comes from the word vary, to change, to differ, it means that X can be 1. Because if X are 1, every time you see X, X are 1, X static. X have only one something. One so take X. Right? So please, never, ever, ever, any of you, and Jerome is not the only one, never, ever, ever make the mistake of saying that X is 1. All right. Hear me when I say something to Jerome, no, and Jerome can say, but sir, now that we don't talk about, sir. Very good. Ashanti. Ashanti, I would want tickets I get here, and I get more than one. All right, so you can go on impress teacher. 1 tickets I get. Very good though. Very good, Shanti. All right. Let's see if who else is there. Okay, you did respond and say that it's linear. All right, very good, honey bunches. We buy the big bag of tickets instead of the little one here. All right, let's go. I'm gonna say something to you. I'm not saying, I'll ask you the question. What is the coefficient of X in f of X here?
Positive 1, sir.
How you know that?
Well, I know that
Uh-huh.
because when the variance is raised to the power, when there is no power, sir, it's assumed to be 1.
Uh-huh. But when I say the coefficient of X, where are you looking for? What are you looking for? Okay. So what? Okay. So
The
when
number
I say,
before the X, sir.
very good. Thanks for answering me. Very good. What number is in front of X, Avel?
1, sir. Positive 1.
Are you seeing the positive 1, Avel?
No, sir. But
Okay,
based on my
so when you're not seeing when you're not seeing a number in front of a variable, you assume what number?
1.
Every single time, don't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So Jerome, it is not the coefficient of X that we talk about that is 1, you know. The variable X is a variable, it not changes a variable. It's so much value X can take, right? So X is going to take -2, -1, 0, 1, and 2. So classic X's. X can change. X can vary. See, it vary once, it vary twice, thrice, and then something there. All right. But the coefficient of X, which is the number in front of X, is going to be 1. You notice I'm emphasizing this word coefficient because it is going to come back to haunt us in a few. It's going to come back to haunt us in a few. All right. When X is -2, what is f of X?
-1, sir.
When X is -2, when I substitute -2 for X up here, what do I get for f of X? Think about it, Jerome. -2, Jerome.
-2.
You get -2.
Gone again, no. Gone
All
again.
right, all right, all right. Hold it. Tell me where is the right up here, so Jerome. Hold on. Tell me where is the right so. So f of X is the name of the function, don't it?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what the function is defined as. The function is going to be defined as what is on the right-hand side of the equal side, right? The left-hand side is the name, the first something, And on the other side is going to be what it is defined by. Tell me what the function is defined by.
No, X, sir.
Ah, hold it right there, so. It is defined by x. And here's my question. Me changing x to be -2. That means that this going to change to how much?
Oh, -2.
Magic. Have anything for add it with? Anything else to add it with? Is it affected by anything else in the function?
No, sir.
Very good. So that means that f of x is going to be?
-2.
All right. This one is yours, Jerome. When I move to -1, what f of x is going to be equals to?
-1, sir.
All right. And if we think say that our mistake, when x is 0, what f of x will be?
No 0 same, sir.
All right, then that one their mistake too. Now next one, when x are 1, what is f of x?
1, sir.
All right, you catch it. And when x are 2, f of x are?
2.
Good job. Excellent. And then now, so this here is the equation of a line y equals x. Anything x equal, y have to equal to it. You know, like some people in our life, mathematics is like, you have some people in our life. Them go eat chicken and rice. Them can't afford the chicken, and rice, for lunch, but because you eat chicken and rice, they want chicken and rice. So because them say, we have made more than them. As for the bad mind match just here. F of x equal x. Anything, and remember, f of x is the same thing as y. Anything y equal, x want it. And anything x have, y want it. Them follow fashion, you see? They must stay good. Them two function here, y equals x, bad mind. Them don't want to see the other one survive. All right, watch it. -2, -2, -1, -1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 2. Watch me now. -2, -2. -1, -1. 0, 0. See the line part? And 1, 1 is right here. 1, 1 is right here. So, and 2, 2 is right up here. So I get my straight line graph right here. So tell me that you understand this now, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool.
Yes, sir.
Nice job. All right, so I did say to you that I learned the voices by voice recognition. So far, I'm able to differentiate Shakil's voice. I'm able to differentiate Jerome's voice. I'm able to differentiate Abigail's voice. I think Lamont, I should always just say, come in and say, yes, sir. I think I can differentiate Pona's voice and Krishna's voice because I know them. What am I saying? Is it the rest of you? One of them chat to me here. Tristan, let me hear your sound.
Present, sir.
Beauty. All right. I want you to talk to teacher here. I hear you to tell me. I think I can differentiate your voice. And Shante, I want to hear. I don't want you to sit in class and just get the information. I want you to be able to speak up. And let me just give you one reason for that. Sometimes you may see something and say, yes, I understand it. But your understanding is superficial. You understand it, but there's something that is a little fuzzy, and you may go and say, oh no man, I saw it go. And then when you go in one test and you do the something, you mark up the paper and say, no, I saw it go. So I want to ask the question, if something is a little fuzzy to you, sir, at any point in time you could have f of x equals x, and get a different value down there, so? And mother actually said no, because you have to get the same something. All right? So I want to ask you the question. Very nice. Excellent. I'm going to move from here. Very nice. And you would have seen how I put the graphs on the oopsie daisy. I should have done that. Forgive me. I have done the table. Let me look at this computer. do me a favor. I'm going to give you 1 minute. I'm going to give you 1 minute, all of you 1 minute, to work out. Watch me. You notice in the first question I had f of x up here, so and down here, so they put f of x. Sir, they make a mistake. No. Remember, sir, that said to you that f of x is the same thing as y. All right? So them can put y right here, so, or them can put f of x. It's the same thing. I'm going to give you a minute, all of you. A minute and a half. And I want you to work out all of these here on paper. And then I'm going to randomly call upon different ones of you for you to tell me the answer. So I'm going to give you a minute and a half to do it, to check over starting now. All right. Latoya, when x is negative 2, what's the value of y? Latoya, please guys, when I call upon you, just unmute for me, please. Latoya, when x is negative 2, what's the value of y? Shante, when x is negative 2, what's the value of y?
-5.
Is she correct?
Sir, I have one, +1.
I want me have to, sir.
Sir, but if negative, sir, you said -2 minus -3, I got -5.
But the x, but it is to the second power.
So I go square it. I go
So
square it.
so that's a
Oh.
so that's a 4. So that's a 4 minus 3. No one you'll get, sir.
Why you putting me into your argument? I mean, a while ago you just tell me, say you don't understand where I'm going, and you took over my work. You want box food at my plate. Very nice, Jerome.
That's a true.
No, Jerome. No. I'm very pleased. I'm very happy. Very nice. Yes, Abba, I heard you, but just very good, Jerome. Shante, you
Sir, I didn't see, yes, sir, but I didn't see the second power.
And that's fine, honey. That's fine, honey bunches. That's fine. Very nice. Jesus. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. So yes. So they are correct because this -2 is a square term here. So because this is a square term, it means that you're going to multiply -2 by itself 2 times. So -2 times -2 will give you a +4. When you're multiplying two negative numbers together, you'll get a positive number every single time. When I multiply two negative numbers, I get a positive number every single time. So -2 times 2 is +4. And 4 minus 3 is going to be positive 1. Very good. Do I have to put the plus sign right here, sir, in front of the 1? No.
No, sir.
Right, I don't have to. Very good. All right. Now, Janelle, talk to teacher. When x is negative 1, what's the value of y?
Sir, negative 2.
Is she correct?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
sir.
Very nice, Janelle. Very nice. Very nice, the rest of you. Wow. Very nice. Very nice. This is what I love to hear. Right? And for those of you not seen it, this is negative 1 squares. Negative 1 times negative 1 is positive 1. And positive 1 minus 3 is going to be a negative 2. All right? Deandra, what do you think this one is going to work out to be? Deandra? Deandra, not ready for my class. Ashantia, come talk to teacher. What is this one going to be? Okay. Alion, come talk to teacher.
Sir, Deandra, type in the chat 3, positive 3.
Oh, I should type in the chat. 3, sir? I don't think so. Try again, Deandra. Anybody wants to help her?
Sir, is it a negative 3?
It sure is. It sure is. I don't remember if I told you this last week, but I'm going to say it to you now. I have a dirty habit of sometimes getting very lost in the teaching process, and especially when I'm not viewing my tablet. When I'm viewing my tablet and a message comes up as a director to everybody, I'll see it on the screen, but once I'm using the computer, it doesn't come up. And sometimes your message is there and I don't see it. So whenever you see the message in the chat and I don't respond to it, somebody in the class, just somebody says, sir, chat, and just put it on. It's one of my weaknesses. And that's why when I'm teaching, I normally use 2 devices so that at least when it comes up, I can see it so that it can see one here come up now. So I want you to help me. What's your Ashanti Craven? And more things that she wants, you know. Ashanti said, but she wrong down. Ashanti said 1 is going to be negative 2 again. Don't you not right?
Yes, sir, she right.
All right.
Yeah, I got that one.
Is sir, she correct?
No, listen to me. Sometimes there will come in a way, you know, that will say to yourself, why you do something wrong? But I want you to be very sure of yourselves. All right? Very nice. Okay. Without looking at this, can you guess what the other one is going to be? Just look at these here and guess what the other one is going to be.
1, sir.
1.
Oh, very nice. Let me pause right here, so. Is it true that I teach a long time? Me know say someone is sitting in the class and man understand me. One everything was wrong. And you say to yourself, me? You think me ask you nothing? You can go and sit down and beat up in chest. But I'm gonna give you an opportunity. Is there anyone in the class that is not following what is happening? See, Jerome wasn't following and Jerome stopped and Jerome and I teach my class, you know. Is there anybody in the class that is not seeing how we evaluate this one? This one is a little different from the first 2 that we did, because this one has a square term right here. The other 2 were linear. Okay, so this here, the other 2 were linear. The highest power in this is raised to? Say 2. Yeah. So once it's raised to 2, it makes it a quadratic. Quadratic. All right? So it makes it a quadratic, and then when you talk about your quadratic graphs are what shape graphs. We know that the straight line graphs, the linear graphs are straight line graphs. The quadratic graphs are what kind of shape? Say you. Say you know. Hello, somebody. Can somebody say you?
What you say, sir? We should say you?
Yeah, say you.
You.
Yeah. So once it is that you have a quadratic graph, a square term graph at the top there, you're going to get a U shape. Question. What is the coefficient of x squared? What is the coefficient of x squared?
1, sir.
Please say +1. I want to get into the habit of using the signs because it's when there's a negative sign there, you tend to ignore the negative or not see the negative. So always look out for it. But yes, let's see. +1. Now, because this function, the coefficient of x squared here is positive, it makes this graph going to be turning upwards. It's going to turn upwards. If this were negative, it would have turned downwards in an n, in the form of an n for the word negative. All right, so let's go. -2, 1. -2, 1. -2, 1 is right here. So -2, 1 is right here. So -1, -2 is right here. So 0, -3 right here. So 1, -2 right here. So and 2, right here. So see this, so you get my graph. I was expecting this graph. Why were you expecting a graph, sir? Because the coefficient of x squared is positive. Coefficient of x squared is positive, so I know my graph was going to turn upwards. The coefficient of x squared is negative, my graph would have turned downwards. Watch me now. This graph is symmetrical. Without even me plotting the graph, I could see my symmetry. Not symmetry, no. Symmetry is really the dead people then. Symmetry is where one half of the graph is exactly the same as the other half. Watch me. You see the mere fact that I move 1, -2, -3, and then I go back to -2, the 1 year and the 1 year are the same something. And then the 1 year and the 1 year are the same something. Then also my symmetry, my line of symmetry is right here. So 0, -3 is where I have my line of symmetry, which is my y-axis. See, Chester? This is 0, -3. So this y-axis is my line of symmetry. Means it, if I fold this graph paper right here, so, and put this piece over to here, so, this piece right here, so, boom, is exactly the same piece as this piece right here, so, boom. Any questions? All understanding?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
so
Yes,
far,
sir.
sir.
Very nice. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do this for me, please, to get the values here. Then I'll call upon you and we'll put the graph and then I'll move into something else. Thank you. Has anyone completed the stuff?
Yes, sir.
Good. What is, when it's -2, what's the answer?
+7.
7, +7.
Good job. Thank you. Don't tell me who that was. That was Tristan, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. You see, when you talk, I can pick up the voices. Very nice. And when it's -1, it is?
+4.
0.
+4.
Right. 0 is?
No,
+3.
3.
+3.
1 is?
4.
4. +4.
2 is?
7.
+7.
Nice job. And then, so this is, I'm not concerned about this again, for those of you who are speaking with me. I'm just not convinced that you see how it is that I'm processing. So I'm taking my time to go through with the plot. Remember, you look for your X value first and then the Y value after. Don't look at the Y first and then the X after. X comes before Y, I believe, when you're saying your ABC. X, then Y, then Z. All right, so the X value is going to be read first. So I'm looking for -2, which is on this side. Then I'm going to go up to 7. So -2, 7 is right there. And then I'm looking for -1, 4. -1, 4 is right there. Then I'm looking for 0, 3 is right here. Then I'm looking for 1, 4 right there. 2 to 7. 2 to 7 right here. And that's my graph. Any questions? Think you understand it?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, good job. Forgive me, I keep closing that thing. All right, so I'm finished with that. And I now need to move into my lesson for the day. I need to move into my lesson for the day. I don't start what I want to teach it to me. Can you believe it? Teacher yourself didn't want to teach it. Teacher just start to teach today. All right, so I don't care if this is the first foundational course you're doing, or it's the second one, or it's the last one. It is not, I'm not concerned about it. Really, I'm not concerned about it. What I'm concerned about is you giving me your undivided attention. No? As cut. Paste. So this is how I normally, for those of you who know me, this is how I normally do my notes. All right. All right, so this is how I normally do my notes. All right, so give me half a minute, please. So
So you're talking again? Probably not hearing.
No, he said, give him a second.
Okay, cool, thanks.
All right. So I need your undivided. If you have a pot on fire, turn it down very low. You get one simmer. I don't want anybody to move just yet. Let's go. Completing the squares. Matter of fact, let me just be very bold to say the methods, and I'm using the word, I'm pluralizing it because I'm going to teach you two such methods. The methods that I'm using or will be using, those are the methods I want to use. I know you're going to read through the one on EducaSolve, and you're going to say to me, sir, I don't understand it. That method also works. If you read it and understand it, then fine. But I'm presenting you two methods. Use one of the two methods that I'm presenting. All right, let's go. Whenever we complete the squares, we're writing this in the form a, open bracket, x plus h all squares plus k. A, open bracket, x plus h all squares plus k. Whenever I'm completing the squares, that's the form I'm using. No. Some of you may be familiar with or see on Edico says a, open bracket, x plus b all squares plus c. Same difference. Same difference. Sometimes CXC uses a, open bracket, x plus b all squares plus c. Sometimes I use a, open bracket, x plus h all squared plus k. It's just a format. Once you get the format, you're good to go. Now hear me out. Write g of x. And you see the one here now? The one here is defined by three terms. Write g of x, which is equals to x squared minus 4x plus 6. In the form a, open bracket, x plus h all squared plus k, and hence sketch a graph of g of x. Blow. The man them want to write it in another form there. And we don't write in another form there. We're going to sketch the graph. Now, this is what Abba was talking about earlier. Sure, I don't know if it's an expression or an equation, I think you put differently. This one here is an expression. And them ask us to do something. A little later on, I'm going to give the ones that are equations and show you says the same thing that we did. Come up top, we're going to be doing at the bottom, plus more. Plus more. Work with me. Watch me. G of x is defined as x squared minus 4x plus 6. See here? I'm going to say x squared minus 4x plus 6. What I'm doing is I'm separating the x terms, leaving a space, and then write my plus 6. Somebody may ask, sir, why are you leaving the space? So I'm leaving the space because of my last term. Let me put a little color to it. I'm leaving a space because that's what I'm going to make my last term. So look at what I'm doing. The terms with my x's are going to be stuck together. My constant term, I'm going to separate. Just by writing it a distance of 6 feet social distancing. The negative 3, that's so the positive 6 rather has COVID. So it's a social distance. The x squared minus 4x. Yeah, them good. You're not a friend, you know. But tell your friends you're the plan. Double, you know, but see what this up. You're still part of us, but see what this up. But this x squared minus 4x can't stay by itself, so because we want a x plus h all squares. So look at what I'm doing. My question to you is, not ask the question yet. I am going to be putting some parentheses in front of this x squared and definitely in front of the positive 6. Because that's where I'm going to write my last term. That's where I'm going to write my last term. I have a quick story to tell you. Hear the story. I'm going to ensure that the coefficient of x squared is 1. I'm going to ensure that the coefficient of x squared is 1. Story starting, so listen. Yes, sir. The coefficient of x squared is positive 1. Because the number in front of this x squared is positive 1. So you're good then, sir. So once the coefficient of x squared is positive 1, then I'm going to find half the coefficient of x and then square it. I'm going to find half the coefficient of x and then square it. What is the coefficient of x?
-4, sir.
Good job. Good job. So when you go to school, Teacher never so nice. When you go to school, teacher never so nice to write on everything I give me. And incidentally, I send this off to you. All right? So that's what I send it off to you. So you will find half the coefficient of x and then square. So yes, she's right. The coefficient of x is a number in front of x. The coefficient of x is the number in front of x. And the number in front of x is going to be a -4. So when I find a half of -4, a half of -4 is going to be -2. And when I get -2, then I'm going to square -2. -2 squared is going to be +4. See it right here, so? I'm finding a half. I'm finding a half of the coefficient of x, which is 4. I'm finding a half of the coefficient of x, which is 4. And a half of -4 is going to be -2. And when I square -2 times -2 is going to be +4. This now becomes my last term.
So what are you doing when you do that, sir? Because I just want blank part, Mr. Combination, sir.
Yeah, I'm actually typing to give you some additional explanation.
Oh, okay.
So this 4 is now my last term. That 4 is now my last term. Hold on a minute. All right, so watch me now. Watch me now. Remember, the condition is that the coefficient of x squared must be 1. The condition is the coefficient of x squared must be 1. If the coefficient of x squared is not 1, we have to do something. That something is going to be next week. Question 2, coefficient is 1. Question 3, coefficient is -1. Is come next week? We're going to work on question 3 and we're going to work on question 4. I'm going to send them off to you nonetheless, you know. This document, I'm going to send off to you today, following the class, because I did these questions for you. All right? And that's the other method, because I want you to do some work in the meantime. So I'm going to send this off to you. I could send it now, but you see that I'm making some adjustments to it. But guess what now? What we're going to end today's class with is you working on question 2 on your own for me, because this is one method. Down here, so is where I have the second method, right? Method 2. All right, let's go. So the coefficient of x squared should be 1. So let's check to see that the coefficient of x squared is 1. And you know what coefficient is. Remember, I introduced it to you long before I'm ready to use it. So now that I'm using it, you understand it. I mean, no other G understand it now, you know what coefficient means. Watch me now. So the coefficient of x squared is 1. Then I'm going to find half the coefficient of x and then square it. I'm finding a half the coefficient of x and then square it. Half the coefficient of x and then square it. The coefficient of x is -4. I'm finding a half of -4 is -2.
Then I'm squaring negative 2 to give me 4. So 4 is my last term. Oh, but sir, if you say the last term didn't go here, so that means you're supposed to have x squared minus 4x plus 4. See it right here, so x squared minus 4x plus 4. But guess what? Is when you put it in, you have to take it out. You put it in first, and then you take it out after. You can't take it out before you put it in. All right. So you put it in first, and then you take it out after. So you see, I put it in right here, so with a positive 4, watch me. I have to take it out back right here, so. So we can't take it out first and then put it in. It have a first go in. I'm going to go in first, then you take it out. You put it in, you take it out. The one you positive first, the one you negative after. Sir, you can't have out here be positive for any time, out here be positive. No. The part when you take it out. The part when you put it in. So the part here must be plus. Every time you do the question, you must have one plus sign right here, so. And every time you do the question, you must have a negative sign right here, so. Because you have to put it in first and then take it out after. All right. Watch me now. So, now that I have this now is going to be, watch this, x squared minus 4x plus 4. See me write it back right here, so. And then we just twerk out where I'm right here, so, you know, positive 6 minus 4 is going to be positive 2. When you add up something them and they sign them different, you're going to take the small number from the big number. So 6 minus 4, you're going to take the 4 from 6, you're going to left 2. But you can put by the sign of the bigger number. 6 are the bigger number, so you can put plus 2. Then I'm going to do my factorization. Jesus, sir, I'm glad when we're done with FCM2, you know, because I'm tired of the factorization. Sorry to burst the bubble, but you're going to do it a whole lot in Foundation 3. You're going to do it again in Pre-Calculus and again in Business Calculus. All right. And for those of you in computing, you're going to do it in Discrete Math and Algebra. You're going to do it in Calculus 1, you're going to do it in Calculus 2. So love it. You can't get rid of it. All right. You can't get rid of it. So now you're going to factorize this. This now becomes a perfect squares. You have now made this a perfect squares. Sir, how you know? See it right here, sir? X plus h all squares. X plus h all squares. So you've made this a perfect square. Let me show you the easy version of it. Next week I'll come into some harder stuff. The easy version is I'm taking the positive square root of x squared to give me x. And I'm taking the positive square root of the last term, 4, to give me 2. And in the middle sign is going to be this sign right here. So I'm going to have x minus 2. Then I'm going to have x minus 2. And then I'm coming back to this. Soon come. Don't ask me the question yet. Soon come. And then we know that the coefficient of x squared is positive 1. So we know what the value of a is. Then I'm going to have my x minus 2 all squared plus 2. This piece is, yeah, leave this piece a little. No, if you stay, we're going to use it. I'm feeling led to stop right here, even if I don't get a chance to do the second question with you. I can give it to you to do. And important things that you understand what one.
Sir.
Go ahead, Miss Green.
Sir?
Mm-hmm.
So I just have the light bulb moment a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
So on that note, sir, I think I'm just understanding, because when I saw I had to do my own research, but I wasn't, the platform doesn't tell you everything, and I wasn't getting it from YouTube, because the issue I was having was when I was doing my homework, and I would be right, x squared minus 4 plus, I know I use the other way. So when you divide it by 2 from up the top, that's the one that I learned. So I use that method to know that whatever is you divide, I just figure out, say, divide it by 2 and put it in there, so sir. So when you get the answer and put it there, I have the issue with the plus and the minus, because when I do the answer, sometimes everything is correct except the plus or the minus. So I was having an issue in identifying when to
sign
put the
goes
plus
there.
or the right. I was having a real problem with that, because I'd get the whole expression correct, but the answer would be wrong because the plus or minus is not there.
Fair enough. All right. I know somebody wanted to come in, but let me just respond to Green. Abba G, more and more I listen to you. I'm very happy for you, and I'm going to tell you straight up. If you continue in this modality, you will get an A from a course. I'm not being, you and I have never met before. I don't know. Chances are you just see me on the road and walk past me and don't know what I mean. Funny story. I went to a conference this week and I saw somebody that I know and I said, "Big man, long time I not see you." And then somebody who was standing having a conversation with him said, "Oh, this is Mr. Shand." And I said, "Oh, no. And when I looked at his name tag, just at a conference, and I looked at his name tag, I said, "Oh, his new name." So he said, "Sir, it's a voice. Your voice is so distinct that I can pick up your voice anywhere I hear it from." And this is what I'm saying to you. I recognize the class by their voice differentiation, right? So if you're in a crowd and you're standing beside you in church, but the moment you open your mouth, you start singing, you say, "Oh, you're Tristan." You say, "How do you know?" I said, "I'm Sean." You say, "Oh, you serious, sir?" I say, "Yeah, man." So I'm saying to you, Ava G, if you continue in this modality, honey, you cannot get a grade less than an A. And I'm going to tell the class why I'm saying this to her. Because more and more as she speaks, it concretizes the fact for me that she did some work on her own based on my instructions last week. So she has done the work. She came to the class today understanding some of what it is that she has done. And you hear what she says? "Sir, I had an eureka moment." She saw the light. And this is what I want you to do. And this is what you need to do for your other courses. Read ahead. Prepare before you go to each class. So that when you go to the class now and the teacher is teaching is not foreign to you, you can follow and can say, "Oh, yeah, that we never understand," and make your connections and trust me. Because when you do that, nobody in the class can hold you. A student. So I'm saying to you, I'm challenging the rest of you come next class. I want all of us to be where Abba is at today. Very nice, Abba G, proud of you. But let me show you what it is. Because I know a lot of students don't really like this section, so watch me. So this is another way that I will teach my class by writing. So I have x squared minus 4x plus 4. The method is I'm multiplying the coefficient of x squared by the constant. The coefficient of x squared is the number in front of x squared, which is 1. Coefficient of x squared is the number of x, the number in front of x squared, which is 1. Now 1 multiplied by 4, I multiply 1 times 4 is equals to 4. Then I'm going to prime factorize. When I prime factorize, I'm going to have 4. 2 into 4 goes 2 times. 22 goes 1. So I have these two numbers alone to manipulate. Right? So the factors of 4 would be 4 times 1 or 2 times 2. Now, if I want a negative 4, I want a negative 4. I want a negative 4. The only two numbers that can work together to give a negative 4 has to be 2 and 2. 4 and 1 can't work. Must be 2 and 2. And when I use 2 and 2, I recognize I want a negative 4. So the factors will have to be negative 2 and positive 2. Negative 2 and negative 2. Because when I multiply negative 2 by negative 2, I get positive 4. Watch me. So I'm going to have x squared minus 2x minus 2x plus 4. What I've done is to break up my negative 4 into negative 2 and negative 2. I'm factorizing by grouping, and there is no way I'm able to factorize my function with 3 terms. I have to factorize it to get an equal number of terms. So what is going to happen here is that I'm going to group. Let's go group G-R-O-U-P. Then I'm going to have x squared minus 2x in one bracket. Then I'm going to leave the middle sign out every single time. Then I'm going to have 2x minus 4. Sir, I know I'm positive 4 up here, so yeah. But when I factor out this negative 1 right here, negative number times this negative number gives you this positive number. And whatsoever number, whatsoever sign that is right here, so has to be the same sign that is right here, so right? Then I'm going to say to myself, what is common between x squared and 2x? It has to be x. What is left? I'm going to have x minus 2. What is common between 2x and 4? It has to be 2. So I'm going to have minus 2. What is left? X minus 2. Then I say, what is common between x minus 1, x minus 2? Duh, sir. X minus 2. What is left on the outside? This x and this minus 2. X minus 2. And that's how I'm able to write my x minus 2 times x minus 2 is the same thing as x minus 2 all squares. So that's how we work it out. And that's why I get my x minus 2 all squares right here. That's why I end up getting this term right here. So now, what I'm going to do here is to let x minus 2, what is inside the parentheses, be equal to 0. Therefore, x is going to be equal to 2. So my vertex, vertex, sir. So for this little school mathematics course, we're going to use vertex for now. But when we go to big school maths, we're going to use turning point, stationary point, or critical point. So in big school, this is calculus and calculus 1 and calculus 2. We talk about turning point and stationary point and critical point are the same thing as vertex. But because of that little school maths, they'll be saying, no, we're going to give them on little school something. Call it vertex. Singular is vertex. Plural is vertices. So watch me. You see when I put that something in the middle here to make it equal 0. And incidentally, every time when you do this, you're going to get a perfect square when you complete the square. You're going to get a perfect square. You're going to get a perfect square. So watch me. This 2 are the 2 we get. This 2 is what we work. We get the x value right here. So, and this 2 on the outside here, so the red 2 here and the red 2 here are the same red 2. And the blue 2 and the blue 2 here, blue 2 and blue 2 are the same. So my vertex is 2, 2. Sir, how does the vertex relate to it? Remember, I said 2 is the turning point. See it right here, so it turns right here. So let me see if I can mark on the graph. So it turns right there. Let me see if I can. What color shall I use? Let me use orange. This is going to be 1, 2. Oh no. This is 20. That means here's a 10. That means a 5. That means here's a. There's something, don't do it now. Right, there's a 2, 2. Right? So that's my turning point. And watch me now. You know what? Let me erase this because we need it. Watch me now. You see this positive 6 up here, so? Is where it crosses the y-axis right here, so. So then 2 something here, so? Very critical for you to do. And that's the end of that question. Let me see you understand it. That's the end of the question, writing it in the form A open bracket x plus h all squares plus k. And the second part that says to sketch. I'm finished for now. I'm going to give you an opportunity to just answer the questions. I will send you the.
Sir, how you get positive 6 there? So I not understand the part there. You said there's 6 up here, so in the equation, in the expression, is the positive 6, but how come?
That's the question that they gave you. Remember the question they gave you was x squared minus 4x plus 6?
Right.
So that plus 6 here is where it cuts the y-axis every time.
Okay.
You don't have to calculate nothing, or we cut the y-axis, you just put it back. Any other questions? Or when you answer the questions, no, we're into the way. Because we're going to do one on your own outside of class. I'm going to give you an opportunity to just talk to teacher. Háblame. Any questions?
Sir, you're sending the video today?
I know I have one to send off to you. Let me apologize for that. I had conference this week and so many other deliverables that I didn't get a chance. And plus the prerequisite overrides. Jeez and Father, why when you guys are selecting the overrides, I'm not going to select it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. No man, only select it one time and one time is good enough. So,
sir, because sometimes you're not sure, so you have to make sure you click it again. Sir, I'm guilty of that.
Listen, of course you see, but not you necessarily, you know. I said, why these students must need so many times? So it gives me.
Sir, because based on how it's set up, probably you need to modify the system to say submitted or request sent.
Oh, so when you do it, you're ready to send? No,
you have to go back into prerequisite and then you see pending. So I will click it 2, 3 times, make sure that it really got through for true.
I've had it. I'm going to tell you my thing. So if you tell me, say, sir, I have been emailing you and you're not responding, it's true. If you never send me an email, and you say, sir, me email you, but you don't respond, I'm going to tell you, say it's true. Already, send me an email, I'm going to say it's true. I'm going to tell you what happened to me. The overrides come into my thing. So I have 50 messages displayed per page. And one night I woke up and I went into my email and there were like 4 pages of prerequisite overrides, over 200. And I said, okay, since I get onto the system, let me do it. And I said, I'm gonna do override till I full. And then the following day, I said, all right, I've done all of the overrides, and now there's not no more. Rockstone, 3 more pages come. I said, okay, you finish mark off them calculus 2 papers here, because I had to wait on a few students. I said, maybe I finish wait on mark of the calculus 2 and submit my grades. And then I come back and I sat up last night and did quite a bit, right? I did quite a bit. But yeah, man, so it's just that. So I said this to say to you that the recording from last class would have come to me, but all of those prerequisite override push it somewhere now that I have to now go and look for it. So yes, I'm going to send you the notes as in WhatsApp though. Send you the notes as soon as class is finished in another 4 minutes, and then via WhatsApp. I normally send it via WhatsApp, and then as soon as I kind of sort out myself a little bit with the recordings, I'll just send out the recordings to you. I'm so a little distracted because I'm trying to get onto the system. So somebody was asking and I can't get on. Somebody was asking about an override and I wanted to do the override now. I'm not seeing it. I can't get onto the system, sorry. So just send me a WhatsApp. If you are one of those who still need to get an override, just send me a WhatsApp message. Send me a WhatsApp message in the group, please, in the group, and just say, just put your ID number and just put override. But I hope your name is there so I can see the name. So put your name, your ID number, and just say override. And then now, should in case I need to call you, I can just call you from the number that is there in WhatsApp, right? Yeah, so let me just get out of this. So guys, really and truly, this is not difficult. Let me just tell you something. It's because the syllabus is not so long. This topic is on your mid-semester, and again, it's going to come on your final paper. So right now, you know what are the questions on your mid-semester already. What is going to be?
Just
one
2
of
units,
these.
sir?
Huh?
Just 2 units?
Just 2 units, but each unit has quite a bit of things in it.
Oh.
It's only 2 units. Look back at the syllabus, only 2 units. But each unit has quite a bit of things that we need to go through. Now, based on the structure of the exam, the topic here today, for both the mid-semester, and you're going to see the topic again for the final paper. You're not asking me, I tell you. So, what I did on paper just now, this write-up, is to show you, oh Lord, I wonder if it can disturb it if I do this. No, thank you, Jesus. Oh, I know why. This is at the end of the page. Crap. Let me see if I can do that, and then, yeah, I can pull it on a little. Or just pull this down. Oh, for those of you who don't know, I traveled OCD here. Whatever I'm presenting to you guys must be neatly presented. So you'll see me trying to fix up and make everything look good. Yeah, so just as well I am trying to be neat, this is how I want you to present your stuff to me. All right, good. So that's switch up. Right, so I just leave that there. So in case anything, you can do that. All right, so it's now 11:30. If there are no other questions, thanks for bearing on with me. Let me just put it out there. So, so like next week now, all God's willing, I'm not going to go to the market. But the week after next week, I'll be going to the market. All right. So I was saying to my mom this morning that, you know, I never normally teach weekend college. I never normally teach evening school. Don't give me none of them classes. I was mainly a day school teacher. But the truth of the matter is, oh God, I'm being recorded. The truth of the matter is, I think I enjoy more teaching the evening school and the weekend college. Maybe because it's the students are a bit more mature, but I really enjoy teaching it. And I said to her, I said, you know, I'm tired of these Saturday classes because when I have to do my little errands in the early morning, and I said, no, you are going to work around it because I really enjoy my class. Which is why when I come to class, I want you guys to talk to me because I not just get up and say, I'm going to teach one class. I put in my 100% in it. So I want you to put your 100% in it to here. So promise me that you remember you have work that is going to close off at 5 o'clock today, you know. Promise me that you can finish those. Or yes.
Let me send you on WhatsApp.
Me know, me see the WhatsApp, me see. Me see. But I was pretending as if I couldn't read.
Okay. Sir, do no man. So you know this the running up and down. Sir, me have to go to town go buy some goods to my local shop and then I have to go you what and sir, by the time I do them 2 runnings there 5 o'clock. So you know some grade never high. I want to get a better grade now. Come and understand, sir. But 5 o'clock, sir, 7, please.
Oh, okay, Miss Abba, 7 o'clock. DeAndre, your question, DeAndre, is it on the same wavelength? DeAndre, your hand is up. All right, Joaquin, I think you were trying to come in. Somebody else was trying to come in just now.
Sir, should text in the chat.
Oh, thank you. What is this saying? Sir, can you check the chat before you end class, please? Deandra, you know much time will come on into the class and ask who needs to go on Edicus true or false class?
True.
True, sir.
All right. Are you part of the WhatsApp group, Deandra? Last year, put it in the group. Did you add yourself to the group? No, sir. All right. Go back up into the top part of the chat. And look, last year sent something, the link for the WhatsApp group. When you click on the link to the WhatsApp group, get my attention in the group first. Then we can take the conversation outside the group, and then I can add you to the stuff. Okay, you came late, so you can't see it. Narcy, can you repost the link for the WhatsApp group, please?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, hon. All right, so I'll add you. Is there anybody in the class that needs to be added? Say it again.
Sir, I'm supposed to be added to the class.
All right, so do the same thing like what I just told Kimmy a while ago, Deandra rather. Just send me something in the WhatsApp group. Get my attention in the group. Then we can take the conversation outside, so I can add you to the stuff. All right.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, man. Now remember, I'm gonna change the date the time until 7 o'clock tonight. You know, to 7 o'clock. And anyone I'm gonna do it until 7 o'clock? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And if you vex me one more time, 5 o'clock next week again. All right. Have a good one here. I enjoyed my class today. I hope you enjoyed your class too.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye,
No
sir.
problem. Yeah, man. Take care. So cool. Kimmy, try and get through the thing before I end the class, please. Let me know when you get on the WhatsApp stuff.
Sir, I sent you something with the override in the chat, okay?
Oh, you said something in the chat?
Campbell, sir.
Campbell. Hold on, Campbell. Whoa.
Direct message.
Campbell not send a direct message. Oh, you know what? I think I'm logged in twice. I may have sent it to the other device. All right. Do me a favor, Campbell. Send me a WhatsApp with something here on.
Okay, sir.
And then we can talk here, Mom.
All right then.
Bless your heart, sweetie. All right. What was that? No. Deandra, can I end the class, the session?
There shall log off.
Oh, she log off. Oh, that means you get it already. All right. Bless your heart. Take care, guys. Later.
You too, sir.
Sir?
Sir,